Oh, with the buzzer beater today. Y'all thought you had me on the countdown. No chance. Clocking in time, on time every time. I know my mic might be a little bit high right now. I'm going to scoot back just a bit. How's everybody doing today? Shawang, what's up? Welcome. Grow Super PNW broadcast. Yeah, it's good to have y'all in here today. We're going to be doing a Bonsai speed run of sorts today. Trying to rock out multiple projects. All in succession, or in sequence. All in sequence. One after another. So we're stretching out. We're getting ready. We got our special thanks to everybody who's been supporting the channel for the last year. We just recently passed some of our 1 year marks on YouTube and Twitch. So thanks to everybody who's made the first year on YouTube and Twitch. So cool. Playing games. Starting off with Resident Evil 4 Remake way back when. Playing a whole bunch of indie horror games. New releases like Silent Hill F and Resident Evil 9. Playing lots of fun games all the way along. And a lot of those were your guys' suggestions. So thank you so much for all the support from day one. Thank you very much. I know we have kind of a subdivided audience, and a lot of the other audience likes to come in for the Bonsai streams, and we're going to start off with a lot of that today. We're going to be working quite a bit of Bonsai stuff here. Let me see. So, just moving things around. You can see we got the new camera set up, and we're going to be working on a pretty large maple today, taking some deadwood off. Let me see how this looks. No. Nope. Nope. You know, the project scene down here will maybe give us the best view. Maybe we'll work with that for a bit. All right, we can adjust that after the after the camera settles in and we get our, you know, chair in the right place and everything, because there is a lot going on in this little room. I would love to be doing more streams from outside, but they'd be from my phone and probably a lot more janky. So I try to keep as much of it as I can indoors here, even if it means hauling these huge trees in and out. And it can be a little bit dangerous for them. So I appreciate you guys hanging in there and kicking it with us. We got a lot of really cool stuff gonna happen today. Let's see here. Perfect. Okay. Sorry, just give me 1 second here. Okay. Just adjusting a couple of microphones and everything before we get started, guys. Hopefully there's no reverb on my audio or anything like that. Shouldn't be. Doesn't look like there is. Doesn't sound like there is. I like to get these little troubleshooting things out of the way early. So if you guys have any questions, I've got kind of the AMA up there. If you have any questions on bonsai or, you know, anything that has to do with art, if you have trees at home, let me know. Love to hear that type of stuff. And then I'm just gonna make sure that I've got my dock with multi-chat open so I can see everybody's chat. Now we got it down here somewhere. There we are. Yes, yes. Perfect. Now we should be able to see everybody's messages pretty clearly. And yeah, happy 420, everybody. We're kicking off right at 426 now. Working on our trees. Working on trees. Now I've got that little poster board back there because I can't tell if people can see better with or without it. It's black behind, so you might be able to see better. Let me just move that really quick. We'll do a little bit of a quick testing before we're getting set up and started here. Yeah, I think that's going to be better. And then maybe just drown some of the noise out with this. There. Okay. Now let's cover enough cool stuff. Walking sticks that my grandpa made and things like that. But I want you guys to be able to see the project at hand. All right. Let's get rocking and rolling. Thank you to everybody who's been supporting the channel recently. YG Chels, Tassadul, Arvo the Blue Jay. Thank you so much to Brian TV for all of the recent subscriptions he gifted us. That stuff all is gonna help me get out of this rental house and out of this studio and someday into a proper, hopefully property compound, but one with a greenhouse and a shop that I can do these shows from, because then I'll be able to start building muck walls and doing things that I just cannot do inside. You know, all these new skills that I'm building through my apprenticeship and through just self-taught work and lots of practice. I want to share more and more of these projects, as many as I possibly can. So working towards hopefully having a warehouse someday. Your guys' ongoing support and love keeps me motivated and definitely keeps me stable, you know, with the little bit of extra finances that dribble in. So thank you so much. It's not a lot, but it all does help. Okay, let's get going. I'm gonna see if this second camera really gives any help here. Looks like I can get that pretty much completely out of the way. Get a little bit of the fish tank. My fish hasn't come out much recently. He's very, very shy. Let's see, I'll leave my drinks up here. Camera there. Okay. So here comes tree number 1. Let's see how it looks on camera, and I can adjust to meet our needs. Hopefully this little IKEA table doesn't collapse, because this one's kind of heavy. Here, you guys know what? I actually like to usually roll a D20 to see how the stream's gonna go, so we'll roll the D20. And there's actually a nice little area where you guys get to see it. It's gonna go clickety clank on the work tray. So here we go, D20 for the day. Ooh, a 10, and it landed in the puddle. So there it is. Got 10s. That's all right. All right, so here we go. Project number 1. It's time to clean this bad boy up. I'm gonna get you guys the best angle. Hopefully everything's lined up correctly. Oh, it's heavy. Oh boy. Okay. I'm trying to distribute the weight on this table really carefully. And make sure that we don't come off of our skids here. Okay, good. There's definitely some equipment I could use, such as like turntables and things like that, that might be a little easier to work with here. Oh, that's a good angle. There we go. So you guys get a nice close-up view of the tree that I'll be working on. I know that back camera is not quite as useful, but you get a second angle, so why not? All right, I'm gonna run this right over my camera. Hang on. Whoop. And I'm stretching my boom to the absolute limit. It's a very cheap boom. It's held out for over 13 months, so I gave it credit for that, but boy, am I stretching it to its very limit. You guys aren't gonna see so much of me. I'm gonna be off to the side a little bit, but this is gonna be a quick project. We're just cutting off a handful of dead branches here. There's some obviously dead stuff. Hopefully it picks up on the camera well enough that you guys can see this really up close. There's an obvious difference between our dead branches down here at the bottom and the ones that are already leafing. Look at these beautiful green and red. That's what I love about this tree, is the green and red kind of ombre gradient leaves that come out of it. So I have a cool idea, a cool set of ideas to work with this tree to kind of make it a cool little horror scene. What I want to do to start off, I'll put my gloves on real quick. To start off, I'm going to remove this dead wood, but I am going to leave this horizontal branch that they're all coming from, because what I'd like to do is actually get some like strings and send some strings down. There's not like action on screen of my face and me, so I'm afraid that people aren't gonna think that I'm here, that I'm AFK or something. Maybe I'll switch positions. Also, I need to get my yoga blocks underneath my knees, because otherwise they will give out. Hello, everybody. Now I'm way back here and you can't hear me. We'll find a good middle ground here. Once we start taking this thing back, I'll be able to lean in a little more on it anyways. So let's do this. I'm gonna pop a glove on because I'll probably be putting a little bit of paste to heal the wounds as I'm cutting them off. You can see me up close on camera grabbing my coffee. Hey everybody, what's up? All right, I'm excited. Let's get to work. And bless this table with strength. It'll be getting lighter as we move. So start. We're getting these guys right here. Now I'm gonna cut it back all the way to the nearest live growth, which is all the way down here. And I'm gonna end up sacrificing this entire branch at the end of the season, but I would like to get a bunch of cuttings from it. So I'm gonna wait until all of these leaves are completely grown. And then I'm gonna have the opportunity. So here's the dead stuff. No new live growth from the year. It's toast. If I even look in here, there's some smaller spots I could take from, but I want to get as many starts from this as I can. I might be able to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I might be able to get, you know, up to 10 starts from this whole section of branches after these leaves are grown out, even if they are going to get sacrificed off of the tree later. So I'm going to leave that, leave that, leave that, anything that's alive. This is obviously toast. And this is automatically going to look so much better once I take all the dead stuff off. No contest. This is completely gone. This lower branch right here, I hope you guys can see the detail underneath. Maybe if I lift this a bit. How this branch comes up, and it does have an interesting shape, but it's completely dead. And it attaches to this lower branch, which is going to be getting a lot of work done on it today. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to cut this back far enough that it obviously doesn't have any dieback. Pretty much just back to where it started to bark over. Because where it starts to bark over like that, I have an opportunity to style it how I want. I can kind of chisel or break or shave it into a piece of what's called gin, kind of your dead wood that you keep in a decorative way. So yeah, this stuff's all gonna end up going, and then hopefully I can have a little like swing here, a little swing hanging down from say like here to here, like a creepy little like tire swing or a swing with a little wooden plank. You can even put a little figurine on it. It looks sick. So after all is said and done, I'm just taking this stuff for live growth later this year, and then we're gonna have a nice blank branch here. And I can cut this back as far as I need to, but I'll leave it for now. So time to just scout this thing out and find any other real dead areas. I only want to take the dead stuff because anything that is still alive, like I said, I want to try and clone this tree as many times as I can. So getting nice little cuttings right after the first bloom is an awesome way to clone the tree many, 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 many times. And I can have little clusters of this same mother tree kind of living together. It's a little bit slower to grow in here, but I think that we're helping it by maybe just cleaning it out a little bit and then getting rid of all this dead stuff. That's all wasted energy that this tree's really not got to spare because it has so much foliage. It's just getting started for the year here. And you can already see that these top shoots are going to have to come off at that same time. Pretty soon, actually. These top shoots only have to develop a bit more, and I'll be able to take them off so that I can bring my canopy back down to a nice level. Alright, so I see some more dead wood over here. I want to try and do stuff in your guys' perspective as much as I can. Or in a perspective you guys can see, so I'll move this around a bit. I have the freedom with this new camera to move it on my photography tripod, so we can kind of circle the tree as we need. See, I'm upping the production quality, one thing at a time, guys. I'm trying really hard. Okay, let's take some deadwood off. We got some stuff in here. This one for sure. I'm cutting just a bit above, not right where it conjoins to the main branch. Look at that, it's just falling apart. So that the dieback doesn't start to impact the tree in any negative way, because There's a tendency for trees to kind of rot a little bit, to put it simply, where you put these cuts. They're gonna rot back a little bit, and I don't want too much of that reaching the original branches. Now this stuff can all be shaped and directed in the way I want. There's been a lot of depth up here, and I still haven't quite decided what the front and the back of this tree is, since it dives down so far on this side. Once these branches are gone, this could be the front of the tree from my perspective over here, or this could be the front of the tree going this way. But I'll be able to decide that a little bit better once I do some more of this pruning. Now this is a real deep branch here that's all dead. So here's a big cut. This is a big old cut. And this could really also help determine what is the front and the back of the tree here. Because it's taking away a lot of noise. Noise is a term that you might hear for an area of a tree that's overcrowded with its, whether it's live or dead. Whether the growth is live or dead, it can still be extra noise that you don't need. So up here, actually, I've got some entanglement of the very top. This part's looking a little less healthy. I'm almost tempted to prune back to here. There's a bit growing and I might be able to harvest, so I'll make that decision later. I just really don't like this one shoot. I'm not even going to be able to use this for anything later for a clone, so I'm just going to take that off. And then this side is looking pretty good so far here. This is a little bit of a cluttered mess in this area, but with some wiring I could bring this up. See? And then this is where it's really tangled, that I'm saying I'm gonna have to wire quite a bit. Just with nice light wires to send those into a nice fan to create a nice canopy. And then all the stuff that's reaching over the canopy here is gonna be our nice fresh cuttings to try and plant a little bit later in the season. Hopefully the mic is coming through okay. I have everything boosted pretty loud so that while I'm up and moving around like this, you guys can still hear me. I'm looking at the backside here, and there's some entanglement I can do. That's not super exciting to watch. It might be satisfying to some. It's extremely satisfying to me. Oh. It's like unweaving a basket or something. As much pleasure as some might get from weaving a basket or doing crochet, this is almost like the opposite of it. There's some extra dead wood right here I can clip off. Goodbye. And then this can all be reshaped and formed. I really want it to get through its first flush of these leaves here so I can really tell. I know if these are gonna move, that means that it's giving canopy, essentially it's giving canopy competition to this area that I need to fill in. So what I want to do is actually bring this up a bit, because these trees, when they're overgrown like this, can literally just start killing off parts of the tree that I need by stealing all the sunlight. Torn on this section right here, man. I mean, it'll grow back. It'll probably grow back really fast too. This just doesn't look like a very healthy branch. I think I'm better off redirecting this as my new lead, or these two as my new leads. Can you guys see me in the camera yet? Nah, it's too far over. Yeah. Well, it's cleaned up, and those aren't decisions that I have to make today per se. So just looking around back here, do a little more untangling. You guys have a decent view when I'm dealing with it on top, right? Okay. So yeah, I'm seeing a little bit more old dead wood that I'd like to cut off. So here's a good example. The last time that this branch was pruned, they left a good bit for dieback. So now I can go all the way up. Oh, now I dropped a piece. And the dieback was just about like this. So on that tiny branch, after being pruned, the dieback was a whole. Here. See how the autofocus does. Especially up close, autofocus. Still kind of testing this camera out. I hope it comes through clear for you guys, but that much dieback on just one little cut from another time. So you can imagine how much damage that would cause if it goes a whole ½ inch back. Seems like there's a little bit more of that dead wood I can probably take off the top here. But some people like to keep a lot of that dead gnarly stuff on top, just to like make more of a design at the crown or the head. I try to use the proper terminology, but sometimes I've just come up with my own. I like the crown and the tail instead of the head and the foot. You might call it a head and a foot. Kind of depends on where you're from, I guess. These are going to be nice cuttings here. There's a little branch underneath on this side. Maybe I can show it to you guys better. It's a good example branch. Show you something I'm talking about. You guys can see this one down here. It's right here. And this stuff is all growing downwards and in towards the tree. So this whole branch needs to go. This whole clip here needs to go. But I'm not gonna go and get rid of it until we have a little bit more growth on the leaf structure, because that's gonna hold a lot of the energy for the little cuttings while they're trying to establish new root systems. Is everyone taking notes? I've taken many notes. I've tried to watch as many videos as I can and be a well-informed artist, I suppose. Artist slash horticulturist slash sculptor, landscape designer, and more. Which is all different aspects that goes into this. It's a really cool art. If anybody ever in chat has questions about how to get into the art, start working bonsai, always feel free to just pop a question in chat and I can direct you to some good YouTube channels to get started. I'm gonna pull a few weeds while I'm at this. It looks like there's a lot of lava rock in this mix, so I'm not super concerned about getting this tree replanted today. So we're not gonna do a repot. I am gonna get all these leaves out from last year though. There are quite a few leaves from last year that fell and never got cleaned out. So I'm just gonna work around the outside and I'm gonna pull out some weeds while I'm at it. So this thing isn't exactly a show pony, but it could be someday in the future if I can continue to make a real nice canopy that cascades down the back like that. It could look really beautiful. This is a huge pot that it's in. I don't like it really. I'd rather have this large of a basin for a bigger tree. So if anything, I would disassemble this entire piece, remove the stone, get the tree wired up on its own volition because it's kind of being held up by the rock back there. And I think that was intentional. just a way to try and strengthen the tree to go upwards by its last owner. And that's a fine, hypothesis, and it does help, strengthen it in a direction when you do that, but really you're gonna need to wire this thing up. So there's lots and lots of moss. And I know last time I messed with this tree, I pulled a lot of the moss back from the Yamadori, but really we have a great Yamadori to this already, so I don't really need to pull much more back. I just want to continue to kind of sweep out this basin and do a little bit of weeding and cleaning up. Oh, and I noticed that it's actually a little bit high. You guys can't really see what I'm working on. I'm more down here, kind of just picking all the stuff out. You see all these little tall spores? Those are little spore collectors from the moss. So this moss is doing absolutely amazing. So the moss and the tree itself are doing really well. It just needs this much needed cleanup and some cuttings pulled from it later in the season. And I'm just gonna decimate some weeds back here. There they go. All those. Toss them in the compost later maybe. And then some of my soil ended up getting a whole bunch of radish sprout seeds in it last season. And so I still have little radish sprouts that come up from here to there. Those things just like survived the entire process of just being neglected and thrown into random piles of dirt, and they're still sprouting a year and a half later, which is incredible to me. Those things are very they're very hardy. Yeah, more just the boring stuff on this backside here where I'm pulling off the dead leaves, a couple small weeds as I go along. Here's the biggest weed in the whole back corner there. Other than that, it doesn't seem too bad. Got some pumice stone. I'm really glad that I had pumice at the time that I replanted this. Otherwise, it could be in very, very rough shape because a lot of the trees that I took over ended up having very bad substrates that they were in. I'm gonna take off my headphones for a sec, guys. If I'm ever away from headphones and I miss any like Twitch updates, I'm very sorry about that. I can't just leave them on Bluetooth because they end up dying on me, so I try to keep them plugged in as long as I can. Sometimes later, when I really need to be moving around, I can go Bluetooth and they won't die. They're really nice headphones, Audio Technicas, but for real long streams, they won't last. Unless I've been charging it like overnight. Yeah, it's looking so much better. Good opportunities for this to fill in with more of this really pretty, very healthy moss. Yeah, I like everything about that. Yeah, we already got moss growing in on the rock and everything. This is very cool. It's a cool piece. I just wish it was in a more shallow basin. It's way too deep. So I think I got pretty much everything unfucked on this side. I'm trying to give this branch a chance here. Although it could probably be pruned back. I think I probably should prune this one back. No, maybe not. Nah, this is going to be one of the pretty important parts of this form back here. So I'm going to leave all this other stuff. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're pretty close to being finished with project number 1. I just want to make sure that anything that has a fighting chance that I want to keep can either get to the point of, I found a dead one. Here's a dead one. This just clips right off. she goes. Yep. Big nasty dead piece. Okay, so all in all, that's a good first once over for this tree. Got the debris pulled out for the most part. I repotted it about a year ago, so I don't want to mess with it again too soon. It's got a fertilizer basket. And I can tell you guys a funny story about my fertilizer baskets later. I just put them out and they've already been tampered with by the local wildlife. So I just want to pack this moss back down there. All right, we're looking good. I think this would look really nice on a slab, to be honest. The right slab to have the cascade going down this way. And it really needs a wiring job. I'll probably get some help wiring this the next time that I see some of my Bonsai crew, and they can help me out with it, because there are a lot of particular wires that need to go on this. And there are definitely some branches that need to be removed in the long term here. But this thing's looking a lot better already. A lot better. Here's how much dead wood we removed. I didn't even get every single little piece, but that much dead wood removed. It's quite a few, like, if you lined it up, it's probably like a yard of material. Bye-bye. All right, project one's done. See, that was an easy one to just kind of ease into this, isn't it? I thought that'd be a good way to ease into everything today. So it looks like we've got 18 minutes until our next ad break. What do you guys, I would like to do is, let's see if I can get in camera here. So, hello. What I would like to do is, this thing is a very awkward position for me to say hello to you guys, but I'm gonna go ahead and run the ad break, and then when we come back from ad break, I'll have this tree outside, I'll have my next project tree inside, and then we'll be able to keep rocking. So let me do the quick intermission now while I swap trees, and then we'll be able to get into the next ones. 1 out of 3 done. Cool. So in preparation for our tree swap, I'd love to do this. We'll go back to our frame screen. Just kind of get back into the right position there. And then, as I said, I'm going to pull a tree out, that one, and then get our next project set up and have the following tree on deck. So, be right back. I'm glad I have a BRB on this screen. Tree change and ads. All right, guys, be right back in a few. Okay, everybody, I'm back. I'm back. What's up? Okay. Let's transition back to project stream. Yo, what's up, everybody? I'm back. Here's our next project on the line. I'm gonna be repotting this awesome little cherry tree that I was able to Yamadori from a cherry orchard about a year ago. And it's growing so nicely, and I think that it has the potential to grow enough that I'm gonna put it into a proper pot. We're gonna properly pot it with akadama and make sure that it lives a nice, long, healthy life. No trimming or pruning required here, but let's just finish getting set up. Oh, and another thing, guys, I'm gonna turn down our music so that y'all can actually hear me properly, okay? Because I don't want that coming through like way too loud when I've got a light mic. Let me make sure I got my camera where I want it for this one. We get nice up close and personal here. Just like that. I mean, this new camera is really awesome. It's very versatile. I can move it around easily. Okay, time for a repotting project. Let's see. For a repot, first thing I'm gonna do is clean off my tools. It's good practice. In the kitchen, working with bonsai, I've always taught myself to keep my tools clean and ready for action. Okay. Mise en place. Mise en place. Yeah, I'm gonna close this door so I don't completely disturb everybody in my home. And we do have the next tree in the room. You guys are not getting a sneak peek of that one quite yet, but it'll be coming up soon. This should be a fast repot, honestly. It's a small pot. I might have to figure out wire for some drainage. That might be our toughest thing here. So let me investigate and see if I got some drainage wire. Just sitting here. I got the light wire to keep everything in place. It's a small tree, so I don't need anything heavy duty for that. Dang, I might have to go cut a, you know what? This actually had one in it. 1 second. Okay, so this actually has one drain protector right here. It looks like it already has wire in it. Hey, there we go. It's not wired the way that I would like it, but sometimes if it's free, just go with it. I really got to put something down so that the akadama doesn't fall through. So I'm going to just pull this even and then make a couple of bows out of it so that I can kind of have a little bit of like a bow tie shape to hold it in place. Just a little more firm. Okay, so there's one guard out of the way. Now where could another piece of... Damn. All right, I gotta go cut a piece of wire. I don't see one sitting around. So I've got to bring in a length of wire. I'll be right back. So like I've had this crazy thing happening where, here we go, I got some screens now. I put my fertilizer baskets out because it's early spring. You don't want to put them out too early after everything flowers and leaves, because it can encourage leaves to actually drop and flowers to drop. So I wanted to get them in as early as I could, and I got them all planted. And over the last 24 hours, probably half of them have been pulled out of my different trees. And I'm like, what the hell? So I put them back in thinking maybe it was the wind or something, but no. There is definitely some little critter, some little animal, whether it's a squirrel or something else, that is pulling these out intentionally and opening them. And I don't know why. I don't know if it's because of the smell or the nutrients that they want or what, but they're busting these things open. My little baskets, they look just like this. And they're full of fertilizer, slow release fertilizer, and they're in all the trees just like that. And they've all been pulled out and torn apart in my yard. And I got to do some research on why squirrels, for some reason, love attacking fertilizer baskets. Or maybe it's birds, but I think it's the squirrel, honestly. So I haven't seen many birds in the yard, but the squirrels are always there, always waiting, always watching. So that's all trash there. So I'll do the little bow tie technique here. I think I got to go through first here. So we go in the one side. These are fairly large holes here. That should be plenty to hold this in place. And then I'm just gonna make a little bow tie on this side. So something like that. You can even give it a twist if you want to make it fancy. There we go. I'm gonna feed these through. This pot's got a little bit of muck in it already, but that's not a big deal. I'll take care of it. So now that I've got two little loops, they're gonna hold on a lot better than just a straight piece of wire, especially with this thin wire that I'm using right now. So I'm just gonna flip it through. That's being held in place. And on the bottom, boom, boom. Now this is actually a, Bruning Pottery in Seattle, Washington. Bruning Pottery in Seattle, Washington made this tree. So I think it's kind of appropriate to put a cherry tree in there, because these could be, these cherries are unknown origin. They could be Rainier cherries though, which would be so appropriate because Rainier cherries come from like the Rainier Valley, essentially, of Mount Rainier out by Seattle, where I used to live. So this is kind of a themed piece all on its own. Just by putting some Pacific Northwest cherries into this piece, I feel like it speaks a lot. Kind of almost has like some cultural relevance to it. This was last time put in a little too far, so I'm gonna just scoot this in. There we are. Look at that, I can rhyme while I do it. Gonna rap while I do my bonsai. Okay, and then we feed through those two little loops again, and just big enough. Oops, uh-oh. Wire snap. The wire gave way on this one, so I've actually got to cut a new piece of wire. See, it just snapped when I was trying to use it, so no biggie. Just cut off a piece like this. There it is. Then I'm going to do the same technique. Bend it up into some kind of peripheral, not peripheral, but like kitty corners. of each other. Then we make our little loop and twist it. Boom. Make a little loop, a little bow tie, twist it. And then we're going to guide both those little bow ties through like so. Sometimes you might need to be worrying about getting your large wire, like your big gauge wire through right now to hold your tree in place, depending on how large it is. But this is such a small tree, I'm not really worried about it. I think after I spread out the root system in a nice radial fashion, it should just kind of fit in with the akadama just fine. I might send one little wire through, but we'll have to see. It's probably best to send it in now, just in case, but I can pull it out if I don't need it. So what I'm gonna do is double this wire up, so it's actually double strength for the length that I think I might need to wrap between the two holes and over the tree. So if I'm doubling it, it's probably gonna be something like this. And I don't want to skimp too much because I don't want to get all the way to the end here and be short by like an inch of wire, because that is always super annoying. And then you've got to find ways to kind of like clinch them into each other or pull them really close and then find a way to wrap them. Hi Tassadul. Speedrunning bonsai. Yep, we already did our first project. First project's done and in the bag. We trimmed up and cleaned up my, I want to call it a trident maple, but I'm not 100% sure it's a trident maple. But it is this big, beautiful maple. Looks like it was an air layer at one point. And it had a lot of dead wood that had to come off of it. So I got that one done already, and it's back outside. I had to get the biggest tree in and out because this little IKEA table, I don't know if it's going to be able to hold those big trees very well. And there's a handful of projects I wish I could do with you guys outside, but I'm going to keep knocking out some indoor projects. I've got this nice cherry tree. I collected this Yamadori from a cherry orchard last year, like a U-pick cherry orchard. And I talked to the farmer and I was like, hey, can I use my little shovel and pull up some of these little, you know, dinky ones that you don't want? They're like growing down by the drainage creek. And he said, yeah, sure. So there's one of my cherry trees right there. And it's probably got a year or two before it actually produces any cherries. It could possibly do it this year, but I doubt it. It's usually 3 years for dwarfed trees to start producing fruit, but it will probably have some nice little cherry blossoms. So I'm moving this thing over from its trainer pot into a proper pot. I had this sitting around. It has a nice shallow basin, and I want this tree to go for the long term. So I'm gonna put this one in here. How's your day going? Were you hanging out with Nub doing some more Final Fantasy today? I spent a long time yesterday making food and hanging out in Final Fantasy over at Nub's chat. And I didn't like climb into bed until like 2 in the morning. I was really tired. I was like, man, I gotta get to sleep or I'm never gonna get a stream out tomorrow. And they were still going. I was like, damn, you guys are on for like 8 something plus hours. I was like, this might be the reemergence of the Nub Zombie Marathons. I thought that'd be pretty cool. So yeah, I was hanging out in that community mostly yesterday while I was doing a bunch of cooking. And it's funny because me and him, since he's just kind of hanging out and like fishing in Final Fantasy, he's got a lot of time to kind of chat with everybody, and that's been really fun. I think everybody's gotten to get to know each other a little bit more over there. Oh, are you playing as well? Nice. You know, I've got a copy. One of my cameras is being held up by a hard Xbox 360 copy of Final Fantasy 13. I never ended up playing it. I bought it for my sister for a present, and I don't even know if she ever played it. But that particular hard media is holding up one of my cameras right now. My intro to Final Fantasy was 10. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say that. I played some of the like older PlayStations, like 7. But not the whole way through. I didn't have a PlayStation. I had a Nintendo, so I didn't really have as much access to Final Fantasy games as I wish I would have had. But once I got a PS2, I picked up Final Fantasy X, and I loved that game. For like my, you know, I wish I would have been able to have those earlier experiences with the earlier Final Fantasy games. But I just didn't have the equipment. And also, a lot of the media that I played was kind of regulated. So things that had a lot to do with like magic and sorcery, my family was kind of like put off by that. So sometimes, you know, I had to get a little bit more of age to get exposed to that type of stuff. All right, so anyway, yeah, I loved Final Fantasy X, and I think I played 11. That's the one with Fran, right? I think 11 has Fran in it. And that one was really fun. It had a totally different combat system. I played that game for many hours. I think that was 11. Or it could have been 12. I can't remember. Oh, 11's the online one. Yeah, see, like, I wish that I was more informed on the Final Fantasy thing. There's a lot of retro stuff that I missed out on. And I want to go on a mission of reclaiming that from my deserved childhood and going back and playing a lot of old school games. Recently, like, I had a N64, but I never played the Turok games, and I really wanted to play them, and so I played the Turok games. And I was pretty thoroughly disappointed. They weren't very good. But I do want to go back and play a lot of the old classics. The Final Fantasy games, Metal Gear series. A lot of the things that I was kind of locked out of when I was younger to not be able to play. So I'm going pure Akadama on the bottom layer here. This Akadama is straight from Japan. This is the good stuff. Looks just like this. This is the good Akadama. And I've got the plug for it. And then the next thing I'm probably going to do is, we've got a ready pot here. So let me pull back my wires a bit. We're going to try and maybe center this so that it's slanting out one way, but not all the way off the pot. So that could be a little bit of a challenge. We'll be able to check out the orientation more once we get it out of this trainer. But yeah, I've always had a huge, whether or not I was playing the games, I've always had a huge admiration and little personal love in my heart for Square Enix. They've always had that kind of revolutionary Japanese anime style to their cutscenes and amazing music and all the other things that come along with it, the cool monsters. There's a lot of things that I love about the Final Fantasy series, and 10 was a good one for a lot of those particulars. All right, so let's see what we're working with for a root system. I should really like hose this down, but I don't want to take too much of the root system away. I just want to break it up so that it's ready to spread through the Akadama more. Let's see. You know what? That stays within the confines of the pot. So this could actually fit either direction really well. And we could put a, what's it called? A decorative rock or something behind it. Yeah, I really, oh yeah. Okay, so here you go. Those right there are the nice fresh white roots. Those are what we really need to take care of. So we want to have those not disturbed and just kind of going in an outward circular radial fashion. And it doesn't look like there's too much growth on the back side of this one, so it's looking like this is going to be the front. We've also got a little bit of extra nabari on this side to work with. Yeah, I'm not going to trim or prune any of these roots. I'm literally just pressing everything out in its original native mud here into a nice flat radial root system, and this is going to look great. And it's going to grow perfectly inside this pot. So there's a couple long tap roots here. This is stuff that often you would take off, but with this much growth right now, I'm just going to tuck it under. The old tuck it under trick. All right. So hopefully you guys have a good angle and you get the idea of kind of what I'm doing here. This is ideal. Nice and flat, but growing outward. I'm gonna even try and encourage some of these new roots to grow outward. Oh, this is such a cool tree, I love it. Okay. So I think I'm gonna go right here. First off, I better make sure there's no damage on the pot so that I know what one's the front. Nah, this is a damage-free pot. This is gorgeous. Beautiful. Do you have a favorite Final Fantasy? I remember a lot of the classic characters like Tifa and Barrett, and loving those characters. From 10, let's see, you've got Waka and Riku and Yuna. And Titus, of course. I always thought Link and Titus were so cool. I would always use like Link and Titus as my fake names, or my if it's, hey, pick a name for your adventure. I'd always put in Link and Titus because I thought that those were such cool protagonists. Okay, so I got more of this native soil, and I'm going to put it more, like I said, in that outward radial fashion, so I encourage the roots to grow where I want them to. It looks like we're at a really good level here, where I could put some moss across it, and it would look really good. I just want to use a little bit of akadama right back in the middle here to bring it up just a tad more. This stuff's not going to shift around. There. Nice solid footing for this to grow on, just like that. And then I'm going to take these wires and I'm going to poke it right underneath this big root here. Perfect. And I'm going to draw it in that way and push that akadama up underneath it that I moved. Okay. Perfect. And I'm going to be doing more packing with a chopstick of this stuff, but I don't want to get rid of the bottom layer. So just press it in there. There we go. And I see these nice radial roots growing out this way. Perfect. I'm going to put a little bit more of that dirt to just kind of encourage that through here. And there's going to be akadama stuffed into it. So this is all going to kind of superimpose itself just in the area around the tree, while everything else is still very well positioned to drain underneath. So if it goes like that, I think I want it to sit just about like this. Yeah, it's a nice easy tie right here. That tree's not going anywhere. It's so small, so tiny. Really like 4, 6, 9, 10, and 11. Yeah, good choices. I know everybody can be, I haven't dove too deep into the community to get like community opinions on things, because those are also games I'd like to revisit later, and I just don't like having a tainted opinion on things. Except for stuff that I'm never gonna play. Then I might just trust somebody else's take on it. There, got a couple of pieces of wire we can use later now. I'm gonna use some of the stick here to start stuffing a little more akadama. And damn, I hope I have enough. You know what? I'm actually gonna use a bit of my gritty mix here that's more of a lava rock. The akadama on the bottom is gonna be great. But now I'm gonna use some of this lava rock, and it's got a little bit of native dirt in it. More like mulch, but it'll drain very quickly. And then there's gonna be another pack of akadama around it. So layer by layer, this is the way we go. I need to save as much of this as possible for my next tree, so I'll try and be conservative. Yeah, I mean, if you had to ask me what's my favorite Final Fantasy, like, I would have to say 10, because it's the one that I have the most nostalgia for, and it's the one that I put the most hours into, and that was the most exciting to me as a kid when I played it. So, you know, haters gonna hate for sure on that, saying 10? But yeah, you know, just like I've got a soft spot for Silent Hill 4 in my heart, whereas a lot of people, I guess, don't like it, but I love that game. It sucks, but it's the only classic Silent Hill game that I own that I can play. I would love to do runs of 1, 2, 3, but I would have to set up the means to do so. And I know that there's a lot of people that can help me do that, including yourself, I'm sure. Get a little bit of technical help on that. But I got some other unfinished projects. I still haven't even finished Tormented Souls 2. I still want to do a lot more in Resident Evil 9 because I'm having a lot of fun with it. There's just so much more to do. Another layer of akadama. Probably the last layer of akadama that this one's gonna get, because I'm starting to run out. I gotta go talk to my plug and get more of this stuff, because it is the substrate. Okay. Don't know what I'd like to do with this. This is mostly just scrap here, and there's a little bit of good drainage rock at the bottom. How about I give it a sprinkling of topsoil, and then maybe a bit more akadama just to finish it off, because that topsoil is going to fall in, and the akadama helps keep it in place while the topsoil is falling in. I also had the lovely project of separating my akadama fines from my regular akadama rocks, because I have to keep the powder from my akadama so that eventually I can build little clay walls and do slab work. But I've got to collect some stuff before I can do that. So this is all drainage medium here that I'm just pulling out. The rest seems to be just like dirt. Yeah, it's just all dirt. It's all native dirt. Which is kind of sandy, so, you know, I don't really mind it in terms of a substrate. It is kind of sandy because it came from the bank of a drainage ditch, so I could maybe sprinkle a bit of this in and then put a little of the topsoil to mix in with it. Actually, I'm just gonna go straight topsoil. I'm gonna do that. Wish I had a better scoop around here. I got a cup right here. I can barely reach. And then for the next tree, I'm gonna make a substrate mix in this bowl, but This one was so small, it's just not really necessary. So the stuff that I'm using here is just kind of like a indoor potting mix, but it's kind of like peat moss. I would describe it pretty much as peat moss. So it maintains moisture, but it tries to drain too. All kind of at the same time. And this is nicely positioned in the basin, I think. Stick look pretty yet? Getting there. Okay. And I've got so much moss that I'm really, really tempted to just cover this thing in moss. I think it would look so cool. And I love this little cherry tree, and I don't even know what type of, bounty it holds for me this season in terms of blossoms, flowers, possibly some tiny, tiny cherries, even though they would be very early in the life cycle. I have had these trees indoors a lot, so they've had some help. We can maybe moss this, but the first thing I want to do is drench it because it's been getting dry while I do what I do. And you know what? This has actually got a nice kind of centering in the pot where you've got your offset trunk, but then the balance of the tree kind of starts to establish itself when you've got your uprights coming through here. So I like the orientation. I like all this. This looks pretty good. Maybe we'll put some moss on it. I've got lots of really nice moss ready for a new home right outside. So we might revisit this. I'm gonna put it off to the side and we'll think about it, because we got to get started on the big boys project. We got a big project coming up. The big nasty is coming. So I'm just watering this enough right now to keep it moisturized while we do some other work and decide if we want to put moss on it today. We'll see how long we do this for. So that's for the speed run, 2 actual completions. Two projects complete. We got this thing repotted. I think it's gonna be really happy. It's gonna have so much more room to grow than that little trainer pot. And the way that it's taking off, I think this is gonna be a very, very cool addition to the Grove. Lots and lots of water for the main roots. Okay. Cool. So I'm just gonna give it a once over with the stick. Normally I would use a chopstick, but I actually found this nice little green plastic stick that works even better. And what I want to do is just kind of pack a lot of this akadama in towards that radial root system. We're going to aerate it. We're going to introduce more of the akadama into it so that it can have more room to breathe while it's growing for hopefully the next year or 2 in this pot. Its new home. And I just feel like it's too pretty of a pot and too cool of a little tree start to not put moss over it. So I think I am going to moss it, but we'll have to see if we have time at the end of the stream. Let's see where my levels are. Yeah, this would have a nice flat moss with just like a little bit of an upward climb. Because I definitely wanted everything from the Nabari up elevated a bit. So this will work pretty good for moss if I feel like it. We'll retouch on that in a couple hours. Yeah, we'll have to retouch on that in a couple hours, I think. All right. So there's project number 2. Completo. That's a really big towel. I wanted a smaller towel just to wipe this thing off. Here we go. All right, let's see if I can do this. Just like cleaning plates in a kitchen. Don't send out dirty plates. Don't send out dirty pots. Looking good. This is gonna look so sick with probably a rock right here and some moss. I'm gonna come back to that. And maybe do some moss later. For now, I can put it right back here, and it's actually safe because it's above a bus tub, so it'll stay dry over there. Okay, and then we're just gonna steamroll into the next one because we got lots to work. Lots of work to do. I have to get some mise en place. I have to clean up just a little bit. Probably easier if I just put another glove on to keep myself cleaned up. All right, so this is all good. That. And then this is just gonna be waste that I toss into my compost a little later. Any drainage rocks I'm gonna have to keep. Oh, and I got my fertilizer basket. I'll pop that into this guy over here real quick. There we go. Don't forget the fert. Okay, I'm gonna try and line up the tools over on this side. Drainage medium right here. This is all just mulch. Clean my tools up. There we go. Hope everybody's having a good day out there today. Having a swell time here, playing in the dirt. My favorite things to do. Well, it's all good compost right there, and that is where it will end up. All right, the next project is going to be elevated above the tray, and it's going to be quite the doozy. Hopefully we can roll straight into it here. Just make enough of a cleanup effort. There we go. Okay, so the mulch will go back here. And time to bring up the piece de resistance today. The big project. And I hope that we can get a really, really great camera angle. Something like this. And like way back here is probably gonna be your guys' best bet for a really good angle on this. Okay. This is a doozy. Check this one out, folks. Hooey. Yep. A huge triple maple project. Whoops, hang on. Seeing if I can maneuver an even better angle for you guys. Look at how tall this thing is. But we're not going to be worrying about everything. We're going to start down low, and then we're going to be doing some surgeries right here in the middle to start some air layers. But this thing's going to get repotted first. And it's going to be a project. So let's make sure that we are all settled in and we can get started soon. What I could really use right now is a place to put all my moss. So I'm gonna go grab my moss tray really quick for you guys. I'll be right back. moss tray acquired. It's the moss tray. That's where I'm going to be able to toss my moss while I'm performing surgery here, and it also includes the moss that may go into the cherry later. So, best way to attack this thing. I want to make sure that you guys have the best angle possible before we even get started here. So, hang tight for 1 sec. That's pretty out of the way. How about like that? That's a pretty good angle. You guys get a whole kind of view of everything there. I can even kind of lean in and say hi. Hey, what's going on? You guys can see me for a second. Yo! Let's see, is my microphone on? Yes. Good, good. Everything looks level okay. Perfect. Okay, guys, I think that we're ready to keep going. All right, so step 1 here. This thing needs a massive repot job. Oh, does it? First things first, let's do a little bit of prep. I'm gonna make myself my akadama mix. Watch out for your ears. Okay. I'm gonna make myself my akadama mix here. I imagine it's probably going to take the rest of my akadama to fill this thing. So, I'm going to put in this gritty mix that I was talking about that has a lot of lava rock. I also have some drainage stone and some bark back here. I'm going to grab some of that. There's some like really large pieces of stone that I don't really want in here, but some of these bigger pieces of stuff I can use. Hang on. Bigger pieces of bark and smaller rocks, those can all work good. So it's not even really big pieces of bark, it's kind of small, medium bark, but it's kind of like this. So I'm mixing all this stuff together. This is gonna be kind of my like high drainage dirt mix that I'm probably gonna put after my first layer of akadama to help it hold everything into place. I pulled out a good bit of those stones. And I may pull more and throw them into this little bucket over here that I got. So this is an interesting piece, and I'll keep explaining everything that we've got going on here as we move through. We've got a huge decorative rock that has lots of really nice moss on it. We have one trunk that's kind of out of whack, out of position. I need to bring these in and out a bit. And this tree seems to be okay. I just wish I could position this one further back, kind of twist them a bit. We'll have to see how that goes. I have one piece of real tough wire that I could maybe use to hold in, you know, one side or the other. Otherwise, I've got some lighter duty wire. But we've got lots of steps to do here, guys. So we got this substrate mix. I'm gonna put a little bit of dirt, some like just regular topsoil dirt in here. It's already got lots of stuff to drain through. Very mulchy. There. Mix it up, mix it up, mix it up, mix it. Okay. Yeah. All right, well actually at this consistency, I think it's okay that I can hold off on the topsoil. I'll put that in later if needed. Okay. Okay. Then I got one more box of substrate here. Let me double check what's in it. Let's see what's in this substrate box here. Oh, there's little things growing in this. I wonder what that is. There's like little grass seeds growing out of this like sandy mix. And this is just straight bark mulch. Okay. Got it. Okay. I'll put a bit of that in with the other mix because it's already out. And I'm probably gonna need it. But we'll save some off to the side so I don't overcommit. I'm pouring in that little box of sand that I just showed you with the little things growing out of it. That's sand essentially. So I think that's just like little river weeds. All right, so now I finally have some nice high drain soil, but it's also got a bit to grab onto with those roots. And I've got enough akadama to make a nice even coating through the bottom so we don't end up with root rot and we don't end up with bad drainage. And it'll hold everything in place how I want it to, hopefully. We'll have to see. Okay, so with that substrate mixed, I'm gonna set it off to the side. And now comes this part. Okay guys, whew. I wonder how the turntable will work for me. I really want the turntable. All right. All right. You guys will get the turntable, just a sec. This thing is just so big and awkward. Okay. Don't hit the camera, don't hit the camera. Okay, down. Bring these in close. Okay, this can be risky business with such a large tree, so I gotta make sure this is totally balanced nicely here, okay? Just give me a moment. I do not want a tree falling over midstream. That would make me look very foolish and silly. That should do. Okay, let's see. I gotta place this very carefully right in the middle. Very carefully, right? Okay. Well, the problem with these is that they're just like barely too big. The feet are like just so far apart that it's hard to fit on the turntable. There we go. Okay, I think I got it to work. All right, let's get digging. First off, we found some decorative rock that it looks like was meant to hold a little kind of convention space for our mudmen sculptures. I went through this the other day and already pulled up most of the moss for the most part, so it should come off in nice easy chunks. It's super healthy right now, absolutely thriving. I'm very goblin core when it comes to moss. I love this stuff. Okay, nice big patch there. So what I want to do is make sure that this is in pieces that I can easily reconform when I need to. So let me get a blade out really quick. I'm just gonna use my blade to cut this into sections. First one's gonna be here. Around the rock, because I have a feeling that I'm gonna have to keep all of the moss around the rock intact just to keep it from acting up. So there's that nice big piece right there, and I'm just gonna drop that on the moss plate. Keep it nice and hydrated and good. There we go. pull out these decorative rocks here. Yeah, it seems like these rocks went all the way down to here. They're like little pebbles. It even feels like there's a lot of this used in the substrate. That's very interesting. I'm gonna set those to the side for now. Maybe a lot of this substrate is actually just those little pebbles. Interesting. Okay. This stone can pop right out. There we go. Decorative stone out. And all the moss around it. This is all gonna come off in a nice big chunk for me here. There we go. Cool. And now we've worked our way around the rock, but into the trees. Okay, nice slow calm cut through there, and then boom, look at this. That's show moss. It's a big heart. Heart, you guys. Hearts in chat. Moss heart. That should be one of our emotes. Big moss heart. I like that idea. All right, and then we can start getting some smaller chunks here. I was able to, like I said, take these apart by hand. And hopefully I can jigsaw puzzle them back into the right place later. Okay, yep, this comes up all from here. And this will separate kind of naturally from the rocks. Moss right there, that's nice. Yes, as intact as I can keep it. That goes up around the trees, okay? It's time for this backside here. And I'm just gonna pull all of this off right here. It's a little weed. These weeds always look really cool though. I always feel bad taking them out. These little bushes. I think they look kind of pretty. But then they get big and out of control and root systems nuts, so not so fun. Okay, now my intention here is that I'm gonna hopefully be able to pull off a whole decoration with this. We just gotta get this to separate. And then hopefully I can pull the rock and all of its moss up together. Ooh, man, it's so root locked. I may have to cut it out. The roots have started to take over this stone. So I wonder if that's gonna make this a permanent fixture here. Let me try and attack it from this side a little bit. Push it. Yeah, it's just so root locked in there. I'm gonna have to go in with a stick and kind of release it. I don't think it's wired into place. I don't see any wire on it, but it could be wired in lower. It's hard to tell. It feels just root locked. And it's just about time for me to switch this thing into its basin and off of the turntable here because things are about to get a little bit dicey. Still trying to collect whatever stones I come across. Looks like there was a fourth tree right here that got cut off. There's a stump. Interesting. And this thing is completely root bound all the way around, the whole ring. Okay, so what I think it's time to do here is this. We're gonna do one more move. Ready, set, go! Okay. For the foot, we can remove this and these, because it's about to get messy, boys. So, observe. This is what root lock looks like. Yep. You guys want to see what root lock looks like? Here it is. Let's take a look underneath, see how we're looking. Completely root locked, but there is a lot of this pebble and pumice in here, so it's not in a decaying and dying shape, but it's definitely time for a repot. Try to recover. I don't even think there was drainage on this. Is there only one drainage hole? No, there's two. There's drainage on this side. It's been eaten by the roots on this side. Woo, Nelly, we got our work cut out for us today, guys. Okay, so first thing I'm gonna do is try and just get an idea of what I'm working with. So 1, 2, 3, and then let's get that basin out of here. Here goes. Okay, we're officially repotting, folks. Welcome to the action. Welcome to the action. Okay, trying to dump all the water out of here. Let's see, where's the cleanest place for me to leave this? There isn't one. Let me just grab a towel. Okay, I got a good spot right here. If I can put a towel under it. Really, it's my muddy hands that are gonna get dirt everywhere. It's not even the basin, but there we go. Clean home, happy home. There we go. Wow, that thing is huge. Okay, so we've got options. We can bring this thing down to having a flat level. We can keep the geography of it going. We have all sorts of options. It's time for me to poke at this thing for a really long time. So I'm gonna actually switch up my gloves here. Go to this one. It's much more breathable. And you guys are about to get ASMR of me poking at the dirt for quite a while. So if you have any questions or anything like that, please don't hesitate to drop an AMA if you have one. There, maybe you guys can see me a little bit now, especially if I cuddle in with you. Oh man, it's just so rough on the feet if you don't get positioned right with the yoga blocks. Well, I'm stoked to have that cherry planted. All right, so this is a good way to judge how the last potting went. How easy is this gonna come apart? Like I said, there's a lot of this coming up. This like very small river stone, like river pebbles. It's almost like decorative pebbles. So that's kind of the substitute for akadama in this particular piece, and there's gonna be a lot of that stuff falling out. And it will hopefully make it so that all of these roots come apart nice and easily, because I'm going to be doing some root trimming. We'll do a little bit of resculpting of where everything's positioned. Try and get our Nabari all in the right position for the front, and have kind of the right arrangement so that when I go through later and air layer and trim and do all my other projects later this season, the trees will be in the best position to make a really nice, pretty triplet. How's everybody doing today? What's going on? If you're new to the channel, I'm Grove Sleeper PNW. I work on bonsai trees. I also play lots of horror games and different indie games. So if you like that type of stuff, kind of where those two sections intermeet, consider dropping a follow, subscribe to the channel, like it, ring the bell, all that good stuff. It's nice to have each and every one of you here when you pop in. And it seems like when we do get like a little group or a few interested individuals, it turns into a really cool stream where there's lots of questions going back and forth, some discussion. I try to get myself on camera as best I can, but kind of stuck off to the side a little bit. And hopefully that microphone boost is not super overwhelmingly loud, or at least balanced out okay with the music and all the ambient noise that I know you guys are going to be getting hit with, because as this thing is rocking back and forth, I'm sure you're going to be hearing that. Yeah. So I almost hope that that's not too disgusting sounding for everybody. That music can maybe offset a little bit of the natural rocking. Hey, look, we found an isopod. Hello, isopod. I want to put you over here on top of the moss while I'm working, buddy, so I don't stab you. Oh. Where'd he go? He may have just rolled right off. Oh, there you are. You guys like isopods? I know some of y'all think they're very cute. Here's one. He's gonna stay rolled up, but I'm gonna drop him on top of Moss Mountain. Maybe he'll start moving around once the earthquake starts. And you know what? This is actually coming apart pretty easily. I'm pretty happy with how this is coming apart. I mean, the roots are definitely radial. They're going all, or I mean, not radial, but I should say wrapping all the way around the outside of the basin. And I'm just gonna be changing the direction that I poke so that I'm going in towards the center of the root mass of all these trees. So up here, I'm gonna be going up, 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 up like this. We're gonna loosen some of this up. See if we can't get any type of movement between these two, because they might be really fused in next to each other. We'll have to see once we get more of that done. But this side's already coming loose pretty easy. I'm not sure if I'm gonna pull this all the way outside for a whole like hose down, just due to logistics. It's kind of a pain in the ass to do all that. If you guys are about to get sent to Adland, I'm very sorry. I'm gonna be just still doing this thing, poking away at the roots here for a little bit, so you won't be missing too much. Real exciting action. And I'm just going slow at it, because if I go too fast all at once, it's going to wear my hand out. Literally. It's kind of a marathon more than a sprint. If you're slow and consistent, it'll fall apart. If you're just trying to stab in there as fast and many times as you can, all you're really doing is killing a bunch of roots and making yourself get carpal tunnel. There's really no need for it. There's parts where you can even just shake, shake, shake. Just gotta shake, shake, shake it. Oh yeah, this whole bottom area is actually falling apart real nicely. This flat that he was growing in helped keep it flat for sure. All right. Here's some exciting stuff. There's lots of roots over here. This actually looks like the end of a lot of the circular roots. So I'm gonna start pulling these back and out and try and figure out what tree they belong to. So if these are the outer roots of this tree, I may be able to trim them back a bit. We'll see. After we get some more of this exposed. I hope that this channel kind of serves as some eye bleach for some people, some soul bleach, some internet brain bleach. I sure as hell know that I need that. There's channels that I like to just sometimes log on to for 4 or 5 hours and listen to in the background that have nothing to do with modern events or current politics or anything like that. We're just talking about obscure video games or something like that. We're beating old Crash Bandicoot achievements. I like hanging out and doing that type of stuff. My brain needs it. We need a break from all the madness. All right, this is really starting to fall apart quickly under here. Yeah, this is a really good area. Once we give it the first shake, you're gonna see how much comes off of this thing. And I have a feeling that if we keep picking away at it, we're gonna actually be able to get this rock out. So let me do a little bit more work on this backside just while it's at an easy angle to me. The more work I get done on this side right now, the less I have to do on the second run. Yeah, that big stump right there is incredible. I wonder how much of this root system is being kind of kept together by this root stump. Interesting. I might actually be able to work out this little downward slope over on this side so that it creates a nice little like pond looking area at the bottom that I could fill in with a rock that looks a little bit like a pond. That would look neat. This is also a really good example of a tree that I could set up a little like diorama in of like Warhammer characters, and that would look so sick. I feel like the internet would like that. Like set up little Warhammer scenes going on around the bonsai. It would look really sick around, especially some of the like wider trunk ones that I've got that are outside. Oof, man. Just getting tired. I told you guys this was the big project today though, so I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. There's really nothing exciting going on back here, guys. It's just literally dirt getting pushed up. Pushing the dirt. Pushing dirt like a dead man. All right, that's looking pretty good. All right, I'm gonna spin it around now. Even more. All right, yeah. I can already feel the one side getting softer, that a lot of root lock is going on here. I don't like that stick, it's too flimsy. This is better for a little bit more precision work, but we're taking apart a nasty root block here. All right, check this out. Boom, bam, bam. Whew. I'm especially interested in this area back here. I'm continuing to just pull out on the circular roots first because those are what's holding in everything from the bottom and the outside. So it's kind of your Wall Maria take out the outer walls and we can work our way in. Okay. You know, I have a root rake, but it's not a good root rake. It's more like a Zen garden rake. It came in a kit, and it's not really good for opening up root masses like this. This is honestly the best tool that I have at my disposal right now. Whew. Man, I need to like switch hands for a sec. Just slowly working away. We're not working with dynamite. These are more of those outer roots. These ones that are all the way outside here past the rock. That's stuff that's probably gonna have to get trimmed back, I think. I do reckon. All right. So now we're starting to get into this area where it was root locked rock, which doesn't really surprise me. It's pumice, and so trees can have a tendency to yeah, I see it now, to really just start grasping around uneven pumice like this very hard. So it looks like that's going to be a permanent fixture in there for now, until I feel like really tearing this piece apart, which I don't. We still haven't even started our air layers. We got air layering work to do tonight. Probably need a little bit of a break before I start the air layers. Okay. Starting to get much closer to the root balls here. And with any luck, I'll be able to shake this out, and it'll show us a lot of the stuff that we can and have to trim back. And then we can re-level and re-radialize our root balls up here. Especially this one. This tree needs to get evened out. It's off kilter. And I don't like that. I think some well-placed akadama can boost it back up, but I don't know that I'll be able to take them apart too much up here. They're very fused. If I can get it down to just smaller roots, but if it's a lot of real thick roots, it's gonna be tough. Okay. There we go. Okay, now it's starting to get into the... If I was looking at this as like an ideal root ball or an ideal root cut, it's starting to get into that area where it's nice and flat right here. But I gotta keep stuff. I don't want to kill this stuff. I want to bring it just upward and outward. Okay, yep. Starting to see the bottom of what could be a good solid root ball right there. Yeah, hitting more of those rocks out. Wowza. I didn't have any really good opportunities to work on trees this week too much. I've been doing a lot of work out in my yard. I'm trying to air layer a lilac bush. I'm getting all of my sunflowers planted. I'm gonna have to start catching up with the yard very, very soon. We've got our first dandelions coming in, and our wasps are showing up. So there's all sorts of action going on outside. I wonder if I should like move the tray back a little bit. I can move myself in a little bit. I know chat's like right over my face, but it kind of is what it is right now, I guess. All right. Yeah, okay, so this is not as out of whack as I was originally thinking it would be. It's plenty rescuable today with one good repot. There's just so much underneath I need to get. Time for tilt. Oh boy, okay, I can't tilt that way because I'll hit my aquarium. So I'll give this one more rotation, hit it again, and then we'll do that. Oh. Yep, do you guys hear all that stuff falling out? Oh boy, okay, here we go. Time to start going under. going under. Oh, good. Okay. The trees actually lay pretty nicely like that. And look at that root mass. Holy cow. Luckily, it does not take too much work to get these to unroot. Man, this thing must have been growing like this for just years now with no replacement. Ugh. Makes me feel so bad. Okay, we got more river rock and a screen in there. So there's the missing screen I see. You know, I think I remember last year I pulled up one half and raised it up and was able to fit that screen underneath because the other screen had been eaten by the tree. So this is all stuff that is going to end up getting cut off most likely. If it's reaching down below the circular root mass and it just dangles, that's the stuff that we got to trim. It's almost too late in the season, but this tree has not really started busting out its leaves quite yet. So it's still early enough in the season for this tree. It would probably be a little bit late to repot that maple we were working on earlier. Again, just slow and steady pace. I'm trying to get this down so that I can have as much flexibility with it as possible. And just slowly agitating everything apart is how we're gonna get there. See, now this is pretty much getting to like shakedown territory where I can just barely agitate the roots and there's lots falling off. That's great. That's exactly how this should go. It's a really bad thing if I'm stuck here digging and digging and digging through 3 inches of completely compacted topsoil. That's when it turns into a serious mess. Yeah, it looks like this was from my last year's work. Putting in a lot of this lower level of drainage. But I don't know how high up into this root mass I got last year. I think I just kind of did a little trimming and repotting. And trying to add some more drainage to the substrate. I didn't do much work beyond that. Yeah, it's a colossal project, man. So some of these areas where I don't have any decorations or anything like that, those really should get worn down a lot for some akadama. We want to clear out as much unnecessary topsoil as possible because that just opens us up to root rot and it blocks up drainage. And that's the opposite of what we want. Oof. Got lots of very dirty rocks. May have to run a little bit of water over this stuff to just get some of the dirt off of all the stones that I can still use to repot this. So I can cut my akadama a bit with this river rock, which is great because I need to save some of that akadama for other projects. I'm gonna run out very, very soon. I need to get resupplied, replugged. I need my plug. But our town has a bonsai booth coming up during kind of a local town festival, and I'm gonna be over there. I'm gonna be involved. I'll be doing some volunteering. Maybe I'll even post some shorts. Maybe post some shorts while I'm there so you guys can see what I'm up to and check out some trees that are way cooler than mine even. The Bonsai show will have lots of really good stuff. Oh yeah, it's just coming right apart now. Perfect. We're gonna have a nice, simple, flat mesa to work with, and then we'll be able to fill in from there. After we get all this stuff out. Look how long some of these roots have gotten. That's crazy. This thing was much in need of a repot. So I feel really good that we've gotten around to it. Just want to be careful not to get this on the carpet and keep it inside the tray. There. Look how thick these have gotten. These are way, way, way too long. We gotta get these radialized and trimmed. Yeah, I might have to pull this outside to hose it down. We'll have to see. There's quite a bit of moisture in this tub here that I'm working in. I'm gonna make sure and put my razor blade in a safe space where it doesn't get covered. Safety first, everybody. Up there seems fine. See, we just pick. Maybe this is satisfying to somebody out there. Can you guys hear all the scratches? Is it ASMR-y? ASMR dirt scratch. Man, this side is just begging to get taken apart. It's got so much of that lava rock in it. Do you hear that? You guys probably hear a lot of this. I'm just barely getting this done in time for the season because there's gonna be a bunch of brand new little white feeder roots coming out soon, along with the first stretch of spring here. So just barely caught this in time. A couple weeks and we'd probably be into the flush of leaves, and it's frankly too late at that point for the repotting. You might as well just wait until either dormant season or the next spring. It's kind of almost like alternating months when you want to do stuff. The growing seasons and the dormant seasons. Boy, this is just getting whacked apart. There's gonna be such better substrate for this. I'd really like to get this put on a slab, like a stone slab, but I don't have a stone slab that would be appropriate for it right now. But after this repot, it would be easy to transition into a stone slab, which I could do later this year. I just have to go out and seek some new pieces of rock to work with. Okay, just pick away at this. See, there's these big rocks falling out. Thankfully, that's the only saving grace I have here. Otherwise, this would have been an absolutely overgrown mess. It's already pretty rough. All right. I think we're starting to get to the point where we might be able to figure out some trimming. Let's see. Oh yeah, okay. All this stuff that's down here is too long. We're gonna have to trim that back. I just got this area under this one I want to get a little bit more of. This one's lower in the piece, so I don't want to go too deep here. Because this is going to have the more important roots a little bit further down like this, just due to its position on the plane of everything. And I'm really trying to remove a lot of this just stock dirt that's in between the trees, because this is where I want the akadama to go after I trim back these roots. There we go. It's really starting to clear out now a bit. Yep, the dirt's learning it's not going to be staying in here. There it goes. So now it's pretty much just down to roots that I'm going to be able to cut through here. Big, thick, no, circular roots going all the way around the pot. Much too long. Yeah, guys, I might honestly have to take this outside to hose it down before we give it the trim. We'll have to see. It's generally best practice, but it's just such a pain in the butt for me to go all the way outside and do that and then bring it back in. And it leaves you guys with a bunch of dead air for a while. Man, this is a project. I knew this was going to take a long time. That's why when I showed up at the bonsai meeting with this tree the other day, I was like, hey guys, I'm just trying to put a plan together here. Like, there's no way I'm going to be able to pull anything off besides the moss. Literally. In the time that I'm going to be here today, so I chose for a day that I had some extra time, like today. Alright. So here's what I'm seeing. I see a lot of blank space over here. That's over away from both trees. Here and here. So a lot of this is gonna have to get cut out, I feel. Let's keep bringing it in just a little bit further. I'm starting to see some white roots now. So some of the fresh stuff, the good stuff that I gotta keep is starting right around there. I gotta be protective kind of from here in for this tree. That's all the way out on its own over here, kind of on the island. I want to make sure that I only knock off the looping roots from that. And I have a feeling a lot of these looping roots are coming from it anyways. So I'll kind of work backwards from that. Nice, this is all opening up perfect in here. Let me get the big guy in there. Yeah, nice. Oh, what's this? A rock? Or is that? Oh, that's the stump. The stump keeps tripping me out. I keep forgetting about this stump here. Wonder if it'd be beneficial for me to like dig this out. Don't know. Not sure, so I probably won't. Man, all this in here needs to just get hacked out. Assuming that there's enough root back here for these guys. Oh yeah. This one's looking good. It's just wrapped in there like a big hug with these big radial roots. Oh my goodness. That's the worst of them right there. Well, we're making a lot of progress in getting them separated a bit so that I can at least have some ownership over how they're positioned. Yeah, we've right in the center here got roots from this side going this way and this side going this way. And that's okay. I don't need to necessarily like disconnect the two sides. They're gonna have a lot of established infrastructure under here. I'm not gonna be able to fight that, especially with one more tree used to have existing right there. So this was a group of 4 at one point. Now it's a group of 3. And with the air layers we're about to take off, I got like 7 of them. So we're gonna be doing like a little bit of an air layer clinic. Just reposition. Okay. Yeah, this is getting into the live fresh roots here, so I want to leave that stuff alone. Just kind of agitate it so that we can get some akadama stuck in between. Okay. Yeah, I'm really wondering how much of this is just gonna be straight cut out in here. It looks like I've got one big healthy root ball over there, just like this, and then one healthy root ball over here if I start digging in this way, and then the second one conjoining right here, already with a big piece of large root coming down this way. Okay. There. Now this is getting broken up. This is all going to be ready to be removed rather very soon. Ah, we're actually getting some of these to let go and play nice. Interesting. So maybe separating them won't be as hard as I think. But I don't want to say that now because I have a feeling it's going to be really tough. They are very fused. They are fused together hot. Okay, so I'm going to spin this thing around because I got to get this side over here some more. This is going to be crucial because this is where I want to lift this tree up a bit. And if it's too locked into place with all these roots down here, it's not going to happen. So bust this up a bit through here. Nice. Okay, I'm feeling about what I'd expect. It's those big circulating roots. Yeah, okay, we're gonna have a way better root mass here in just a short bit. Okay. Let me do some picking over here down by the rock. Because this is also an area where I don't need roots. Frankly, on both sides of this, I don't really need roots. That's where they need to be cut back the most drastically. Trying to save some of this nice moss here. There, okay. Now, underneath the stone, I'll show you guys a little better. Yep, all the rest of the work's gonna be on this side. Let's pull it out. It's starting to become easier and easier. There we go. Yeah. Up and in, towards the roots, because it's gonna really just unfold the way that it wants to grow. There. Okay. Now, am I ever gonna get this rock out? I have no idea. Boy, it's moist through here. A lot of the moisture is being held in by just the mud. This has just been entrapped in mud for so long that there's a lot of really massively overgrown roots just clumped together into this hard to separate stuff. But at a certain point, they all came from their own identity, or they came from their own, I want to say identity point, but they all come from their same epicenter here, you know? 1, 2, and 3. So you just want to work towards those 1, 2, and 3 and get out as much as you can along the way. Nice, good. Yeah, this stuff really just needs to get chopped. So I'm going in a little aggressive here. I'm running into those circular roots that are going all the way around. Ah, whoo, Nelly. They are thick. They're real thick underneath this this rock. Here we go. Aha! Look at that! We got it out. Try and hold on to all the moss. Oh, yes. Now we can have a blank slate to work with. Good. Very good. Okay, there it is. The whole stone with all of its moss. Set that off to the side for now. Put the moss in the moss tray. Now we have some proper basics to work with. Looks like there's kind of a half-assed attempt at like putting some stones underneath that so that it would keep it from getting stuck, but it just wasn't enough. I think I like the idea of putting like a little lake in between these. Especially because it already has this like deep ravine here. See if I can keep that intact. Should be really easy to dig through down here. All right. Yep, getting nice big clumps of separation from those different trees. You see how this right one's coming loose? Yep, it's a lot of this stuff in here holding it in. Interesting. Very interesting how things grow. I might try and put like a little lagoon pond in here. Kind of pre-built for it. So I'm just stabbing straight through because I can get this whole section to come out. Hopefully it'll just spill through after it's been agitated enough here like this. I've nearly been able to like split this into two little islands that I can freeform on their own. Free sides. Yeah, getting this really wet dirt at the bottom is even breaking up the clump. Wow, this has been holding on to so much moisture. I can't believe it didn't rot. Way too much moisture. So which way is this coming from? Doesn't matter. There it goes. Okay, that was one of the main veins holding this together in the middle here. Really want to break this area up too. Okay, good. We're broken up pretty much to Nabari there. Then here's the outer layer of that root system. Perfect. Up, 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 up. Just like that. Nice. Okay, good. Okay, I'm really just trying to agitate this little mountainside here because I know that there's a lot of fresh roots coming out of this tree that were being blocked by the rock, but now they aren't. And that could be an issue if I try to turn this into like a little lagoon here, is that it could have roots just start overtaking it immediately. In which case, my little art project wouldn't have worked very well. All right. I think we're getting closer, guys. We're gonna give it a haircut and then just drop this whole new big clod in with some akadama and move it around the way that we want it. Now I really want to loosen up this area here just because I want to manipulate this tree a bit. Maybe even cut some of this stuff up in here is going to help this one release a tad bit. Okay. Picking away, picking away. Ah, okay. Messy work. Messy work, mate. Whew. All right. Just hit this over here. All right. I need a drink of my water, guys. Oh, okay. Yeah, everything I might need to take outside for a hose down to really know what I'm working with here. It'll also rehydrate everything and get a lot of this excess dirt off of this. So I think I might have to go outside for a hose down pretty soon here. I'm gonna poke a little bit more to make sure as much comes off as possible. But as you can see, even down here where the moisture is collected in the pan, it's already turning into topsoil and falling right off. So I think I'm going to take a quick break in a minute here, take this outside and hose it down and see what the results are when we come back inside. I mean, this stuff is starting to just like scoop like spaghetti. But I know areas like this are going to be a lot easier to deal with once this has been rinsed off, so I think I'm going to throw a tray underneath it, especially because I'm already making a mess of my stuff here. A lot of mud to work with. All right, I'm going to give this a hose down, guys, and then we will be back. So give me just a few minutes to run that. And as usual, if I pick up a good moment where I gotta go out and do a job outside for a sec, I'm gonna run an ad so that we don't have to deal with those when we come back. So everybody can sit tight and just get some ad free when we come back for a while. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take this bus tub and just throw this tree in the bus tub, and then we'll bring it back in. Oh yeah, there she goes. Okay. I might have to do some of this trimming outside, just so y'all know. But we'll be back in just a few, and we'll be ready to put this bad boy back in the dirt. So let's just switch over scenes again. And we'll hit BRB. And I'll see you guys in a few. Okay guys, we're back to the point where we can start putting this thing back together. Actually, we gotta cut a little bit of root mass out first. So you'll be able to see, after I pose this thing off, you can see the roots way, way, way better. I know exactly what we're going up against now, so I'll have a much better chance of handling this. All right, here we go. Who's ready for the next phase? Next phase is actually get the pot ready. So really quick, I'm gonna throw in another one of those stoppers to make sure that our drainage stays in place. And it looks like I got one of these right here that could work. So just like last time, we're doing the little loop-de-loops. You know, it's kind of short. I'll save that for something else. I'm gonna do a big double wire like this. I'll turn the music back down a little bit again because I think I turned it up. There. Should be a little quieter. So again, we're just gonna go ahead and tie this in a little bow tie. We're gonna double it up this time for extra strength. So just kind of twist them together. So I'm gonna want this to act as one wire. And then this is the piece of mesh I happen to have sitting around. Clear out some of these. Okay, and then I'm just gonna stick one side in here. Then we got the other side to stick in. This is kind of tough. Get it through this wire. There we go. Like I said, this wire mesh isn't my favorite, but it's what I've got to work with right now. And bow tie. And a little bow tie. I'm also going to send this big thick piece of wire in because this is going to have to hold our tree in place. So let's see if I can do that while you guys can see it all. I get a little bit messy here, but that's all right. Okay, we got one side in. Got the second side in. I'll pull this in as tight as I possibly can. There. Press it down really tight. This wire is very thick and hard to maneuver, so it's a little bit of a pain. There. Pull all the extra through. Yeah, that's like not even long enough to reach across, so I'm gonna have to use a secondary piece of wire, but that's okay. We'll use this as our primary to hold everything in place. And then I'm just gonna put the other guard in. You guys already have seen how those work. Boom, boom. Just like that. All right, we got our little bow ties holding that in place. So I just want to make sure that I press down my pieces of mesh. Okay, there we go. And fold up my pieces of wire to hold the tree in place. Yeah, those are almost gonna have to act as like anchors. Because I didn't cut a big long piece of wire, but that's okay. Just using them as anchors should be all right. So I'm gonna actually kind of like turn them down a little bit and turn them into an anchor point. There. And I'll show you guys what I mean in a sec. This stuff is so thick and so tough that it'll hold on to other pieces of wire. So I've got it stuck just like this. See the loops? Just like that. Okay. Next step here. This is really hard to do with such little space. If you guys want to contribute to me getting a warehouse, sub, follow the channel, share it with your friends, make a contribution. We take tips for TTS, I think. I haven't had one, but who knows? That could be cool, right? All right, let's see here. Next step. We got to get this baby into the basin. in the least messy way possible. So I'm gonna be pulling out this big nasty tray. I'm gonna try and do this here. Okay. It's in my headphones. Okay, and then I'm gonna drop the turntable there. Yeah, that should be all right. We made a bit of a mess already, so it's not like I'm getting out of cleaning tonight. That's all right. I'm gonna get this turntable set. Okay, so maybe we could do it this way. So if I slide the turntable under here, like that. Make sure it's about even, good enough. And then if I put the posts here, should be able to put this here. Ah! Now I just need the tree out of your guys' way. I'll try and pull the tree most of the way out of the way, at least, while I get this first kind of layer set. So as usual, we're gonna go in Akadama first, and then I'm gonna start running out of Akadama. So it's gonna be some of that substrate that I made earlier to kind of hold everything where I want it. But regardless, it's gonna get a nice even layer of Akadama on the bottom. So might as well do that right now. And this is gonna start running me low on Akadama. I'm almost out. This stuff isn't cheap either, guys. If you want to help contribute to the channel, please do. Please think about it. Be very generous. All right, I want to leave enough for an upper layer, so I'm going to leave about that much. Just spread this out nice and evenly, especially over the tops of the drainage areas. Okay. So my drainage areas are nice and covered. This one's a little bit wonky, hang on. Sometimes I gotta pull back the Akadama and get the mesh underneath it. Kind of the old fashioned way. That seems to work, okay. And let's see, we have a front. That is the front of our basin. The back of our basin's broken. So, this is the front. Let's see if this works. I'm gonna do a quick trim job of the roots. Got my headphones stuck big time. Got my headphones stuck big time on the tree. There we go. So what I'd like to do is actually set it this way so that I can show you guys the trimming as much as I can of these roots, and then we'll be able to plop that guy in there. So let me get kind of an overhead view here, and I'm gonna start just trimming away with scissors. These are nice sharp scissors that I like to use. Starting off with those outside radial roots. We're going down way too far. Here's how everything looks now that I've hosed it off. So, time for a haircut. Ready? This is gonna test my upper arm strength. Okay. All right, you guys see what I'm achieving here? Oh. Good. That was a good first chop. Check this out. Nice and flat. Not quite there, but for the first once over, not bad. So I'm going to turn this tree on its side for a second so I can get it nice like this. Hey, you guys see that pretty good actually. None of this stuff that I'm cutting off right now looks like the nice new white growth, the nice new white feeder roots. A lot of it's older, thicker stuff. So I'm able to take off about a third of most of the mass here. I'm not taking everything off the bottom because there's actually a lot of work I want to do around the sides. So like I said, it's just like I'm giving it a haircut. I'm going to try and get it nice and even, planed, once again, which is going to give us so much opportunity. There's one bit of root there. First handful of roots off. Now this is over here very close to the root mass that I need. But this in here has some real thick radial stuff that's going all the way around. That's not contributing. We need that gone. I'd probably cut clear up to here. Yep. And then what I'm going to do is just kind of follow this along and release it by cutting away all this outer edge stuff, because it's really just, like I said, on the very outside of the pot, barely being held on to anything and not doing any work. It's just spreading more hard to move roots. So in here I can do a little bit more pruning just in between the trees. I'm going to make kind of a V cut. There. Like I said, I want to keep these trees kind of separated a bit. Otherwise they're growing into each other even more. Now if I kept on cutting down the center here, I could release the one tree from the other two, but I want them all in the same place. I just want them twisted a little bit. So we'll see how we'll be able to do there. I may even be able to turn this tree into more of a front tree. We'll have to see about that. So let's flip this thing over and see what work I can do on the other side. Roots that are growing upwards, we're going to generally try and discourage those as well. I'm moving down, down, down. There, okay. I think I can spin the whole tray if I go this way. Nah, I'm gonna flip the tree. Okay, now we're gonna do the same thing on this side. While the other part that I just worked on gets a chance to soak for a minute. So there's actually lots of this good system here that I don't want to take off for this tree. But once we start getting out to here, we're too far out. So let's cut this out here. There's a huge portion of this that I can cut out. And it's all just overgrown root mass that needs to be replaced by akadama so that these have a chance to keep growing. Healthy root cycles. See, a lot of that big outside radial stuff. It goes outside a little too far from the radius that it needs, even here. Now through here I want to cut this part out. Maybe you can see it if I turn, well, I'll lift and show. I want a lot of this stuff getting cleared out through here. This is just kind of unnecessary. It's too far away from the tree, and it's areas that can be filled with akadama or decorations or other things. So I'm gonna do some pretty moderate trimming through there. Anything that's reached all the way out to here is already so far outside itself that it's doing loops around the whole pot. Hopefully I'm not being too aggressive. Only way to find out is with time, I suppose. Okay, there goes that. See, another big just overgrown moss clump. See, that's just not doing any favors for the trees because it's not giving it any room to grow. It's root locked. A little rough cutting through this because there's a lot of sand and stone in here. It's kind of screwing my scissors up. Yeah. So again, these are just more of these roots that are just unnecessarily long and far out. I'm cutting out. With the trees positioned where they're at, I don't think that these particular groups of roots are really doing that much work for the health. Okay. You know, I didn't put any counter up for the project or anything like that, but this is the biggest project of the night. This is number 3. Project number 3, triple maple. And we are not even done with it because we still have to do our cloning if we decide we want to keep going. Or we might switch over and play some RE9. And I can do clones another day after this has some time to recuperate and rejuvenate for a bit. Just not before it's too late. Because if it gets too late in the season, I'm not going to be able to do them. So I'm seeing some areas in here by the old stump that can kind of get pulled up some more. And I think it's going to be a lot more healthy for the remaining trees. Like this root mass in particular really needs to get cultivated right here. And probably trimmed off back out here. There. Okay. Much more reasonable roots. Okay. Still packed in there pretty tight, but amongst some new Akadama, I think that these will have plenty of room to keep growing. Let's give it one more trim on this side. Going left-handed. Oh, I want to leave those. I want to take these. Yeah, see, my scissors are getting a little bit out of whack at this point. Gumming up the works. I want to take this part off here. Okay, I think that's as far as these are going to go. All right. I'm pretty happy with that. The rest is just going to get tucked underneath. And then set in Akadama. So question is, how do we want to arrange it? Let's give it one last soak here. One last soak. Okay. Time to position the tree. That's a fun part. Positioning the, oh no. Oh yeah, no, we're good. We're good. I thought we had a problem with the stream. We're good. I'm trying to clean my scissors a little bit because they're awful.
Cutting through dirty, rocky root mass like that's rough, but these KitchenAids are pretty good shears, and they're not incredibly expensive. I think you can even pick them up at like stores like Ross and stuff. Okay. So, with all that said, we got the front of our basin on this side. Front of the tree is this side. Unless we decide to change it, but if that's the case, I'll just spin it around. Okay. So what we're working with here is this, essentially. And what were my objectives? They're pretty fused, but I think I can bring these two up at least. It's gonna be hard to get them apart, but I can even them up a little maybe. But I'm gonna need to wire them together. Okay. As for this one, I could twist it one way or the other. I can't completely release it. I could if I cut through there. And that could open up some new options where everything grows outward a little more. That could be an interesting change of pace. Like those two are perfect. It's just that this one over here at the end is the problem. But it is so locked in there. There's no way I'm going to get these two up like that. That's a tough ask to separate those two. But what I could do is make this the center one and then put this one on the other side and turn it. You know what, guys? Let's do some bold stuff today. Let's do something bold. Let's do something bold. Let's try this out. We're gonna go hard in the paint. We're going hard in the paint. Let's see. I'm gonna need a couple things for this. Get my wire and cutters ready if I need them. Okay, I know where my razor blade's at, so I don't cut myself. And then I'm gonna need this thing right here, sod cutter. And I think what I want to do is separate the trees. Okay, guys, bold move here. Super bold move. You ready for it? Do we cut? I'm gonna try and cut closer to this side. Well, no, you know what? Like right down the middle seems pretty appropriate. We're just gonna be having to fight the old stump. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna cut as close to old stump as I can. Oh, wow. Okay, this is gonna completely change the entire piece, you guys. This is big. Something you can only decide once you're in. This is the big root here for the old stump, which is right here. Okay, the trees are getting released one way or another. Tap roots be damned. This might be some pretty bold move, guys. But it opens up all new opportunities with what we do here. Is that enough? Not quite. Okay, guys, here we go. We're going deep in here. Okay, I think that we made it through the big one. I think we made it through the big one. Yep, they're separate. Okay. There it is. The trees have been separated for the first time in I don't even know how many years. Maybe decades, maybe ever. I'm trying to avoid getting too aggressive here. Yep, there it is. Only one decent sized root here. There it goes. They're free. So that means that we could actually form these like this. I think that it will look better as something like that. Instead of having them in a row, we'll have them in on working in towards each other. And I can train all this out. And it'll just sit like that. I think that looks better than it used to, guys. I think this looks better than it used to in this orientation. It almost needs to turn so that these two are in the back, like this, and this one's up front like this. Something like that. Let's see if I can put some wire in and get these to stay where I want. I'm gonna pull some thicker gauge wire out for this. Slightly better stuff. Slightly better stuff here. Alright, I got a little bit better stuff here. It's actually green. So maybe if I put moss back over it, it'll be less visible too if it does pop through anywhere. Looks brutal. This thing right now? Oh yeah. It is brutal. Taking them down to bare roots like this. Give them a little spray. Give them a little spray love. Yeah, it's pretty brutal taking these things apart, but it's for the good of the plant, I promise. It was in really grim shape. I think this is the actually inside part of the loop. Hang on. All right, so outside of the loop, let's try maybe yay so. Nah, it's gonna look awesome as soon as it's done. Maybe 2 hours. Might take me about 2 hours. We'll see. Depends on how long it takes me to get these into position right now, really. So let's go through here. And then through here. And bend something back. There we go. There. Okay. We're cooking. We're cooking. We're cooking. Okay. I think that I like this one coming up front and these two moving in the back. I think I want them to fit together like this. I think that that will look sick. That means that these guys have to come up a bit, and that has to come down a bit. That means I'm gonna have to probably trim off some of this excess. Let me take a look at something. Hang on. Yeah, I think I can sacrifice some of this root in here. Where's my choppers? There's some like good choppers here. God, I had something that was better for. There we go. Yeah, this should cut these roots a little better. Okay, we're going in here. There. And there. Yeah, it is pretty brutal to these plants, but I'm doing it at the right time of year. And everything should turn out just fine. This thing can get broken down a bit more on its root mass too. This is just too long, too big. And then these weren't really doing anything down here anyways, because they were next to that rock. So those were all just overly those were overly compacted there. Not to mention there's this old stump. I can try and take some more off the stump. Oh, wow. Yeah, look how thick that stump is in there. It's like the size of a coin. Oh, there's the underside. Yeah, that's nasty. That really locks things into place where I don't really want it to, but oops, but I can work with it. Okay, anything more I gotta take off of this? How about some off the back here so I can actually fit it? I want it to go. Okay, there. And those especially. And you, and you, and you. Nothing personal, Roots, but you're in the way. Okay. Now we're cooking. Whew, man, this is tiring work. Tiring work. All right, let's see. My akadama shifted a bit during that process. So let me drop these back in water for a sec. Now that they're separated, I really could make these two different pieces now if I wanted to. But I don't think I will. I think I'll keep it how it is. Let's see. Pull the wire tight here. Okay, stacking lots of akadama on my anchors once I got them kind of secured and where I think I want them to stay. Perfecto. Mucho perfecto. All right, now my fingers are getting really nasty. Let's see. I think we were saying smaller tree up front. Let me get some of this real gritty stuff down, because this is going to help with drainage quite a bit. Pair it up with that akadama. It's a lot of bark and a lot of stone and a lot of lava rock and stuff in this. So it should make a pretty healthy base layer. I wish I had more akadama, but I don't. Gotta do a special order. All right. Scrape this especially more over to the drainage area. Dang, my fear was I was gonna fall short on akadama for this job too. I thought we might be going a little deeper than expected. We've gone very deep, but that's okay. We're gonna throw some moss over it when we're done, and it's gonna turn out fine. So, let's see, next step here. Position back trees. Okay, back trees are gonna go this orientation. Let's try both. This is the backwards way that I don't think I want. But then again, this could actually align the trees a lot better for me. And I could bring this one up to a more even level. Yeah, that could work. Then stick this guy over here like this. I think this is obviously the back side, back inside like that. So maybe like this. Let me see. That could work. As long as this one is up like that. And I would still probably be working with the same air layers. These two are just so tough because they're in this like V shape. I don't know. I'm thinking like that. Build up that side a little like that, and that should work. Okay. I think I made my decision. I want this side propped up higher. So I've got just a nice prop rock right here. That's perfect to throw under the middle there. A couple smaller ones that I can kind of supplement that with too. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3 rocks in a row right there are gonna help hold a lot of that weight up where we need it to stay like that. I'm gonna wrap this wire right through here like this. And I think this one's just gonna get pulled into it. Kind of like that. Get them to just conjoin there. Yeah, this now looks like a proper 3-tree arrangement instead of a busted 4-tree arrangement, I think. Instead of the former broken 4-tree setup, now it looks more like a 3-tree setup. Except it should probably go this way. Yeah. Ah, here we go. Okay. Ready to tighten this up? Okay. Twist that wire up. Okay, so these are definitely pulled in tight to each other. And I'll just send this excess wire down the split here. I'll probably have like a little valley or a ravine working between them. It'll look kind of cool. If I need to pull that tighter, I can with my wire cutters / pliers. Let me get a better angle at this. Hang on. There. We're about to have so many baby trees here over the next couple of months as everything starts propagating and air layering. I think that is looking better, guys. I want this propped up a little bit more in the back still. So maybe I can pull a little out from the front and put it in the back. I'm gonna roll these so that they don't stab me or cut me. It's always smart to make little loops in your wire so you don't poke yourself. Yeah, I think the only thing I can really do is prop this one up higher in the back. So we'll bring it down a little in the front without disturbing our drains. There, and then I'm going to spin it and raise the back up a bit more. But this is all looking pretty good. I think we're getting the idea. Spread out the radial roots. Looking good, looking good. Spread the radial roots out. Radial roots. Nice. Okay, good. So I want to prop this up. Oh, I bonked my headset. Sorry. Wish I had some more just like boring substrate to put underneath this. This might call for a couple more stones. These aren't anything special. They're just kind of like river stones. So I want to boost this side up even a bit more. So yeah, I'm just piling big stones in here, and then the akadama will fall amongst it. But once these bigger stones are in place, it should hold the tree a little bit more straight up. There we go. That's the objective I'm going for. A little more balance on this backside. Okay, now I'm afraid that I'm getting them too far in. So one more right here in between the two should do it. There. That's how I want it. Okay. And those are propped up pretty much as well as I can get them. So, everybody, it looks like it's time for, maybe since I have akadama and everything already exposed, we'll do a layer of dirt. I don't go crazy with the mulch, but it does need to have some around these roots to hold in the moisture that they need to grow big and strong and healthy. Yeah, I do not always use 100% akadama, especially around my root mass. Plus, this thing's going to be needing a lot of water in the near future here. with it becoming spring and all. Oop. So I'm just kind of spreading it around the whole area. Get it so that it covers the akadama. It's going to fall into the akadama. And do the filler inside the substrate. And hopefully we get lots of fresh new roots. Okay, so this looks pretty good here. That's going to need a lot of akadama back here. Less so up here where we just have kind of some mix. This is going to look so sick. Okay. One more pile here. Yeah, just to fall down into this area. Okay. So yeah, that amounts to, I don't know, maybe like a 1/4 inch around the whole area of this topsoil. It's got nutrients, super free. It will encourage that fresh root growth with our spring season here. And it looks a little less brutal already. I'm just gonna go rubber gloves. This part for the styling. I really only need one. Then we'll get our akadama. We'll pack in our akadama, which is the rest of our akadama. Especially important around these areas in here, over here, down in here, in this area. Definitely want lots of akadama in here to hold everything in place. Because if I was even to water this once right now, so much of this topsoil would just sink down into the pot and start getting caught in between the akadama and bits like that. But that bit of mulch is going to be good for the tree, I think, here. There. So, I'm pretty low on akadama. I think I can just probably dump the rest of what I have on here and we're going to go from there. Yep, this is the rest of it. What am I gonna do? I gotta order more. Okay, so let's get this all spread out through here. We need it down low. We need it down low, 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 where all these roots are growing. And where we need that drainage area. And where we need to really just poke it in amongst all the roots. Like right here, especially important. Ah, my poor fingernails. I'm gonna have to clean them for so long tonight. I need to get a good fingernail brush. If anybody has like a really good fingernail cleaning solution or tool, I'm all ears. You know, it comes with the territory, getting dirt under your nails, but damn, it hurts. It hurts a little bit. There, so you guys can see, especially around kind of the moat on the outside here. And that's it. Our first bag of legit akadama's gone. But these akadama bags are really good for doing air layers because of the thick plastic and I can see through it. So I'm going to hold on to this bag and I'm going to cut it up for doing air layers later. All right. So this is what we got to work with. That's all right. That's a really good amount of akadama for at least where it was. And then I can start finding some of the little stones and pebbles and rocks that were in there in here. Start throwing those in as well. Because I'm going to pack the akadama in around the roots. And then I can just kind of fill in with the remaining substrates that I have. But first I want to get this akadama packed in there. It's really going to help keep everything from shifting. It's wired from above. So now it needs stability from below, and I did pack a couple of river rocks into the middle area right here to kind of help keep everything at the elevation I want. But I want to make sure this akadama is getting packed in there really well and mixing in with that soil a bit. Gotta be really careful because this thing keeps sliding off balance for me. I don't want to have a terrible disaster. So yeah, this is a good way to just push them in. Chopstick, little plastic tool like this. Really trying to pack it in and under. And the superposition starts happening where you get the bigger rocks floating up on top, the smaller rocks end up at the bottom. And that's all good. We got a really nice layer here where I know all the way to the bottom we're gonna have drainage. Because I can feel clear to the bottom of akadama all the way around the outside here. That's great. Perfect. We're gonna backfill it as much as we can. And then after the backfill is done, we'll lay on top our moss and water it down and we'll be good. The speed run will pretty much be done. Okay, let me throw some more of these river rocks and things in here. There's even a little bit of dirt and soil. It's just gonna be a substrate to throw in here. There, okay, so this is where all these rocks are. You see all this? This is all pebbles. All those little pebbles. And a few bigger rocks. And so I'm going to actually use those to fill in some of the bigger gaps here. Then I'm going to start layering in these river pebbles and mud here. And then I'm just going to pack all them together as well. Mix it in with the akadama. This side needs a lot of backfill here, so I'm going to hit it with that. This is stuff that I don't want moving, so it has to be rocks. It can't be dirt. Has to be stones with a little bit of dirt mixed in. And then once we layer over the bit of moss that we've got, that'll help kind of reduce splash damage when I'm watering and help things from falling out while I'm watering. Okay, I think we're starting to run low. But we've had enough that we could go almost an entire lap around this outside area and add in even more stone, even more pieces of bark is needed. And you're not even going to notice this stuff, but it's all going to be stuff that's good for the tree down here. Here, this is a good bit of the native goo soil with some of the stones in it just to throw on top of this. Kind of pack in there. I think this new positioning is going to be so much better. I really like this more. Really do. If we're stuck with those two trees being fused together and not moving, then I think this is the best that we can do from there. Ah, I found more of these pieces of river stone. Good. Pack that all in around here. You know, ideally, like this whole basin would be full of essentially stone. Just rocks. But with a little bit of dirt to fall through, so there's something for the roots to grab onto and grow into, but mostly rocks. Everyone uses a different mix that they like. Everybody has their own opinion on what works best. The guy who I work with, he likes to go full akadama, but I, number one, can't afford it. And number two, have way too many projects that I've got to take care of before I can accommodate any more pure akadama being in my shop. So I've got to just keep kind of scrounging these pebbles like I have been. And they're going to work good for holding this thing in place. Just keep kind of piling them on and packing them in. And I know there's a lot of mud in this, and it's all going to sink down in after I do my first watering. And then you'll pretty much be able to see the rocks just face on at that point. But they'll be covered by moss by then. So we're on the back side here. Put one more handful through here. Let's try and hold a little bit of a shape. There. I'd like it if the terrain looked somewhat natural and smooth, so I'm going to try and work for that just a little bit in here, doing a little detail work. This should work good. That should work good. Okay. I'm going to pull the dirt off of the Nabari because I don't want my Nabari being covered by too much dirt or moss, because moss has been rotting away my Nabari on some other trees, and that's been awesome. That's been awful to see. Okay, I got some more of these stones I'll stick in here. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna give everything one more poke. Get in there, get tight, because it is time to moss after this, and then we're done. These I can almost just pack in by hand on this side because this is going to be kind of a mountainside area here. And it needs to kind of blend into itself. Okay. Again, just pushing in the rocks, pushing in the rocks. I'm even going to use the broad side for it. It's good for pushing everything in. These are a little bit more gritty rocks over here. These are more like pieces of gravel from like a driveway almost. They're not the nice round small river stone. Those are a little nicer for the surface. Okay. So this is looking pretty good. I think I'm going to give it a dusting. Actually, I don't even think it needs a dusting. I just think it needs some water on it. And I can lay down my moss. Let's get a little bit more of this mud slop on there, just for the parts that could use a little help for the moss to grab onto. Just sloppy mud. There. I'm gonna put a little sloppy mud up here on top of these roots too. And then those will be these little like med packs are gonna be stuck on there, and they'll have the moss over it to hold it in place. So it looks like I'll get away with a little bit more of this gritty muck for the next project, but this is just about all that I need for here. Maybe a little more through here. Even things out a bit more. All right. Badass. All right. I think that we're ready to start mossing. I think we are ready to start mossing. So let's spray this down, make sure that it's moistened up so that it'll oh, come on. Man, I just bought this damn thing. There it goes. Moisten up the soil here so that the moss grabs onto it, and then when we water it outside, it'll for sure be stuck for good. I'll even dip it in this really rich water down here. Some really rich soil water. All right, let's start applying our moss. I don't have the rock in there, so I don't know where the rock is supposed to go if we're supposed to use that again. Are we? I totally forgot about it. Could go back in here. I believe that would be the back of the tree, but let me see if there's a way I can get it to sit so you can actually see it. Maybe like if I set it up into the mountain like this. Let me see, hang on. Just give me a moment. Maybe the rock growing kind of in between is the way. Can't really see it from the back, but it would look like this. It would look kind of like this from the front, which would be pretty cool. I think I should even turn it more like this. Yeah, sure, I'll put it back in just for fun. I'll stick it in right there. There's a few of these larger rocks underneath. Prop it up just like that. And then just some goo all around it to hold it in place. Yeah, I think this will look cool on the other side. On the other side of the project and just on the other side of the piece. And it leaves this whole back area for more of that moss to grow onto the rock, which could be really cool. So I'm going to just kind of like wipe this mud up onto the rock. So I might have enough moss to start having it climb that side too. Then as for this side, I think that it's in pretty solid, honestly. I don't think it needs any more support. So that actually lays out pretty cool. Nice. So there's your front view, like that. Totally reoriented the rock, turned it like on multiple axes. Okay. Time to grab some big old pelts of moss and start sticking them on. Here we go. Ooh, they get kind of heavy once they have this mud on them, so I really gotta like move quick. I think this is good for reaching under and up to the rock like that. There we go. Okay, so that looks good there. Like we said, this is kind of a speed run, so I'm gonna be putting this on pretty quick. Let's see, I want the real nice, big, healthy chunks. They're actually like looking to spread like this. And this looks like it was meant to go around a tree. Probably these two trees, actually. So, where's the split? Oh, you know what? No, this is where the rock was. So, let's see. Where could this fit? I mean, this could cover this whole front patch here. Let's try that. All right. Soak, 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 soak. Muddy mess and up and in. This covers a nice big portion of the piece and also can tuck in on itself here to kind of cover the low ground here, which maybe we need to fill in a bit. I'm gonna try and fill in the low ground here a little with a handful of this. Not too crazy of stuff, but some bark and everything down underneath. Stuff that won't move around too much. Just to hold everything into place here. There we go. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Just pressing along the edge. And this stuff is gonna have to grow into itself again. Obviously you got butchered apart for the project, but it'll grow into itself very, very quickly. I have no concerns about this moss bouncing back hard. Everything outside is just doing incredible right now. All right, this is another really nice big piece here. Yeah, this is a nice big piece. This one's gonna go around the trees, I think. I think this one will be perfect for going around the trees. Let's see. Yeah. At least that one right there. That fits perfect. So let's just tuck this all in over here. There. Okay, I'll turn it towards you guys. Okay, not covering the immediate Nabari. We're giving it like, you know, a ½ inch distance there. Even though it might try to grow in very quickly, that's cool with me. Yeah, this is looking nice on this end. Got a stubborn rock there. Ah, this is new life for this tree. It looks completely different. Much better. I did not like how they were aligned before. They'd fallen askew of each other. And I think I've brought back some harmony. Okay. Next big piece is gonna go over the back here. How about you? Okay, so this is a large piece that's gonna break off into smaller pieces. I'm gonna take the smaller pieces off and do the big one first. This looks like it could back up to a tree as well, so maybe it's a good candidate for a high. And I really should be working from the bottom up because I really want the bottom covered, but I'm sure I'm gonna have enough when all is said and done. Okay, so this is gonna be a nice fill in from this part of the tree completely down to here. Nice healthy stuff growing here. Remove a few weeds. Okay, now we've got a patch. And these little patches might work pretty good right here. Oh yeah, this bit's gonna fucking stick right in there. Yep, nice big muddy piece to stick right into that spot. And again, just pressing everything down. Starting to get a little more sparse. But let's see. I think I could use a little length like this, especially with the upper area there, to kind of wrap around a bit. Okay, we're gonna stick this piece on just like this. And this is the back, so if this takes a little bit longer to grow in nice and fluffy and content with itself, that's totally fine. This is the back part. I just want to make sure that it's packed in enough that it stays in place. And all this nice moss up on the rock. That's gonna look really cool. This will look cool. Okay, so now this section is pretty much the last area. Let's see a couple smaller pieces here. Here's our last, like, largest chunk. 2 chunks. I'm gonna make it 2 chunks. Okay, let me give it a dip. And then stick right in here. That'll grow in. All right, then that part's covered. This next big piece has to go right here. Really just has to. Appropriate size and everything. And I think it'll stretch out far enough to go almost all the way around the rock. Perfect. And even kind of up into the rock with the gooey end. But this is the more pillowy, nice mossy end here. It's okay that the edge is a little bit gooey because it's going into the rock anyway. Cool, so now just a couple more patches here. One little one here. There we go. And then another one up top, right inside here. And that's also going to help encourage a little bit of more steady moss growth up into the rock, I think, if we put it just like that. Cool, so we got this like little bit of texture back here. Then working our way around, we got it just pushed in and kind of combining on the edges there. Yeah, you can tell that here is a little bit of a dip. You can tell there's a bit of a dip here, so I'm going to put a little bit of mulch underneath to bring this up. I think the end of one piece of moss has a bit of stuff underneath it, and the next one has a very thin carpet going on. There. That's a little bit better. And our front's looking good. Like I said, still got to grow into itself. We're good almost the whole way around here. I'm going to just stuff this in. And then the last patch, I think will be perfect for right up here in between the trees. Let's see if this is even too big. Might be. Might be too big of a piece. Nah, it's perfect. It's perfect. That is perfect because it covers up our wire beautifully. And it leaves just these last 2 little bits. I'm just putting these in close to the stone and behind the tree right here. Because I really want it to continue to envelop the stone. That looks really, really cool. I love that effect. So everything's all tucked in nice and happy here. Hope that rock stays. And then this last bit, I'm just gonna stuff this right in between the trees up top and we're probably gonna be done. This goes right here. Here. Goes in like this. Cool. Look at how healthy this is. Like, all of these spores are going to start falling off of these little raised up things here. All the spores are going to start falling, and this is going to turn into just a nice carpet moss. So try and get it as even as possible. When we water everything, it'll all fall down a bit too. The back even looks cool. Doesn't matter which way you look at this one, I think it looks pretty good. Pretty dip damn awesome. All right, so I got little bits of moss still. Just try and stuff them in anywhere. Might thicken it a little faster. Again, I don't need it right next to the trees. So it's actually got like a little bit of a abnormal looking pullback from each tree, but over time it'll start to look more normal. All right, this thing's ready to go outside and get watered. Done. Speed run. Time 4:11 for 3 projects, including this one. That's pretty damn good. Pretty good. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to play games at all tonight. So let me take the tree outside, give it a good watering, and we'll take a break right now. Yeah, guys, I'm going to take a break and clean my room up a little bit, get this tree outside. We used up all the moss perfectly, so this thing's ready to go back out, and I will see you just a few minutes. There's just one more look at it. I'm not gonna be cutting the air layers tonight, guys. It's gonna just take too long. But the repotting project was fun, and I think this looks dope. What do you guys think? Nice rebuild. There's a little bit of a like higher view, all the way from the very top, where they're gonna be air layered right about at that level. Then down to the bottom, full repot. We did it. Thanks for hanging in there, guys. All right, I got to do a little bit of cleanup and moving things around, and I will be back in a few. Okay. Whoops, I thought that my pod mic was on. Sorry, guys. I was just going to say, I think that we're about to actually log out. I am so dirty. I'm covered in dirt. So like, I cannot justifiably play games right now and without destroying my keyboard. So I'm going to carefully log off. But it was good having you here, Tassadul, and anybody else who might have filed in or out throughout the day. There we go. I want the jams back. Who's streaming? Hey, you want to go say? You want to go say hi to Nub? Should we raid in on Nub? I am a dirty little boy. I gotta go clean up. So I'll leave a shower lurk. Yeah, sure. Let's raid back over to Nub and say hi. Listen to some more fishing maybe tonight. Actually, it looks like he's doing some like group stuff. So I'm gonna go check that out. God, I'm a mess. Look at that. That's horrible. I can't play any Resident Evil until I get cleaned up. But I might hop on tomorrow morning and play some. So let's go say hi to Nub. He's having just another chill day over there at Final Fantasy. So we'll hop over there. Out we go. Say something silly when you show up again. I'm sure you were already over there earlier, right? Oh, yeah. You're there like right now. Here we go. All right, 3, 2, 1. We outie. Thanks to everybody again for coming through. Thank you, Tassadul, for keeping me company. More Bonsai projects on the way and more Resident Evil this week. So see you guys. Have a good one. Bye.